የሚባሉ ፕሮጀክቶች የደረሱባቸው ሂደቶችም እንደዚሁ ሊነሱ እንደሚችሉ ተጠባቂ ነው።
በተለይ ደግሞ የውጭ ግንኙነትና የዲፕሎማሲ ስራዎች ምን ይመስሉ ነበር ባለፈው አመት በተለይ 2017 የተሰሩ ስራዎች አመርቂነታቸው ምን ያህል ነው? 2018 ላይ ረቂቅ በጀት አለ በተለይ ደግሞ 1.93 ትሪሊየን ብር እሱን ለማሳካት ምንድነው የሚሰራው የሚሉ ሀሳቦችም ይነሳሉ ተብሎ ነው የሚጠበቀው። አጠቃላይ ግን 2017 የበጀት አመት የፌዴራል መንግስት አፈጻጸም ላይ ጥያቄዎችም ቀርበው ማብራሪያና ምላሽ ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር አብይ አህመድ ይሰጣሉ ተብሎ ነው የሚጠበቀው። የኢትዮጵያ ብሮድካስቲንግ ኮርፖሬሽንም ባሉት ሁሉም አማራጮች የዶት ስትሪምን ጨምሮ ማለት ነው ይህንን መደበኛ ስብሰባ ወደ እናንተ ያስተላልፋለኛ። በኋላ ብቅ እንላለን። ሰለሞን አበጋዝና ሮዛ መኮንን ነበር። አብራችሁን ቆዩ። የህዝብ ተወካዮች ምክር ቤት 42ኛ መደበኛ ስብሰባ ይቀጥላል።
This is the FDRA 6 fourth year and 42nd ordinary session of the House of People's Representatives in accordance with the Constitution and the Code of Conduct of Members of Parliament. 320 MPs are present and that meets the requirement for the quorum. The agendas for today's meeting are to approve the 41st session's minutes of the Parliament. Second agenda is to let the Prime Minister Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed to answer questions from members of Parliament and to discuss on the proposed draft budget of the 2018 Ethiopian year and approve the budget. Accordingly, agenda 1 is to discuss and approve the minutes of the 41st session of the Parliament, and I invite MPs if there is any suggestion or correction. In that case, can you show with your hands for the approval of the minutes of the 41st minutes session? So there is no objection. That means the minutes is adopted unanimously. Now we pass to the second agenda. His Excellency Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed is going to answer questions from members of Parliament regarding the 2018 Ethiopian financial year's budget proposal and to discuss and approve the proposal from the Budget and Finance Standing Committee. Accordingly, His Excellency Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed is here to answer questions, and on behalf of the Parliament and myself, I would like to thank him. Accordingly, now I will give the floor to members of Parliament to ask questions. First, Mr. Daud Mohammed. Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Excellency, the Prime Minister, for coming here to answer our questions and give clarifications on the performance of the government for this fiscal year. Our country in the past 50 and plus years has not properly utilized the opportunities for transformation. Difference of views has never been settled peacefully. Warmongering and usurpation of power through force was considered to be the only option, and that put Ethiopia as a playfield for a conflict and put its people under poverty and backwardness. Your Excellency Prime Minister, today we are witnessing the repeat of these historical mistakes, and there are political extremists who try to disrupt our opportunity for transformation. They have been waging war against the state. They declare that they need peace, but instead they choose to wage war in a bid to disrupt the development paths of the public. They prevent children from going to schools. They also created alliance with external powers who detest the greatness of Ethiopia. So these elements of disruption need to be exposed. So, Your Excellency, to ensure prosperity, these elements need to be exposed. And what is your government doing in this regard? In general, this attitude, which is considered to be destructive, and these individuals are still in that vicious circle. So every segment of the society need to expose and extricate itself from these elements. And what do you say about that? What needs to be done? Thank you. Thank you. Next, Honorable Mr. Sadiq Adam. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. First of all, I would like to thank His Excellency Prime Minister of the FDRE for sitting amongst us to answer our questions. And I will present my questions as follows. The Pretoria Agreement is a historical event in the politics of our country. It is a new political dimension that has broken the culture of destruction and revenge. It has allowed us to breathe air of peace. However, due to the warmongering nature of TPLF and its tendency to choose conflict as a means of survival, there is still a potential risk of a conflict to be resumed. Your Excellency, in general, what is the current political and security situation of Tigray regional state, and what is expected from the people, the intellectuals, and the youth of Tigray in this regard? On the other hand, the national transformation has been registering promising results despite internal and external challenges. To have a country with a sustainable peace and in the path of prosperity, being the model of prosperity for Africa, and to achieve our target, we need to pass through middle period challenges. Your Excellency, what do we mean by the middle period trap, and how can we pass through it? Thank you. Thank you. Next, Honorable Gizachew Ayala. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the FDRE Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed for coming here to answer questions from MPs. And here is my question. The cost of living and rate of inflation has been affecting all members of the society, especially the civil servants, and as a result, health professionals as well as teachers and other civil servants have been asking for salary increment. Your Excellency, can you give us some clarification on what the government is doing to improve the living standard of civil servants? In addition, the government has been carrying out several activities to address the request for residential houses for its nationals. However, this is very much lower than what the demand currently is. Your Excellency, what is the government doing to address these residential housing problems in short, middle and long term? Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, Honorable Mutikenesh Chalaka. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister, for coming here to answer questions from MPs and give clarifications. Your Excellency, the Speaker, please allow me to thank the Prime Minister. Thank you. In the past year, there was this disastrous landslide in the Gofa zone. During this period, the Prime Minister took quite a bold action and showed its love for its people. Despite the difficult landscape of the area, you went to the site of the accident and showed your solidarity with our people, and that's a reflection of a smart leadership. So for this humanitarian and smart leadership, I would like to thank you on behalf of the people of Gofa. Your Excellency Prime Minister, our area is known for excellent way of doing clothing and has been known for its Dubusha system, and we have a tradition of turning off lights with green grasses, and we have several youngsters eager for development and were endowed with natural resources like Nechisar Park, Abaya and Chamo lakes. The land of the Gamo before this reform was neglected. However, thanks to your visionary leadership, the area has witnessed significant developmental achievements. For more than 25 years, the road construction of Morka Waja has been completed. The Gabata for Generation project has been initiated and launched by the Prime Minister, town of Arba Minch was selected to host the annual Day of Nations and Nationalities. And there are resorts. According to you, you have been promoting the area and you visited that specific place 3 times in a year, making it one of our tourist attractions. Your Excellency, you have shown your leadership more than words, and you are distributing development equally throughout the country. And on behalf of the Gamo and Gofa zone people, I would like to thank you. Here is my question. In our history, for the first time, there is a national dialogue going on, and which has now reached to its critical stage. Using this historical opportunity, we can address the root causes of conflict in the Ethiopia and solve structural problems in the country. The report shows that the national dialogue process will be completed once agenda collection and mapping is done in Tigray region. However, there are some political extremists who say negative things about the national dialogue process and telling the people that this opportunity is just a waste of time. Your Excellency, like other regional states, what do you expect from Ethiopians so that this process can also be successfully completed in Tigray region? Thank you very much. Thank you. Next, Honorable Mubarak Elias. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and Excellency the Prime Minister, for sitting amongst us to answer questions about the 2017 budget year performance. Here is my question. In our country, the basic root causes of conflict need to be addressed through building a peaceful culture. However, still in different areas of country, especially in Amhara and Oromia, in some Kabbales, there are extremist groups engaged in causing conflict, displacing and abducting nationals to disrupt the peaceful process in the country. Your Excellency, the government is claiming that there is a relative peace in the country. So what are the demonstrations for this? To separate the extremists from the society and protect the peace of the public and build a sustainable and reliable peace, what is being done? There are internal and external extremists who are committed to disrupt the country, and what do you expect from each citizen in this regard? Thank you.
Zalalam. I think the name Zelalem serves both genders. Thank you, Honorable Speaker of the House. Your Excellency, Prime Minister, thank you for being among us to answer questions raised by the House. Your Excellency, Prime Minister, the different conflicts in Amhara, Oromia, Afar, in order to build peace and reconciliation, you're making a lot of effort, and we appreciate that. We hope it will be soon that our country will be peaceful and will direct its eyes into development and growth based on the economic reformation. There are many good results that are being seen in our country. Ethiopia is showing a fast economic growth in Africa, not only nationally but also continentally. Projects like the GERD Dam have been completed and are showcasing. And there are also new initiatives in agriculture, tourism, mining, and industry sectors. But there are many parties who are actually spreading negative reports about the economic growth. Your Excellency, Prime Minister, where is the state of the national macroeconomy planning execution? If you can share with that. Thank you, Your Excellency, the Speaker of the House and Prime Minister. Ethiopians wish for the transformation that has begun to continue, and then there are also many peaceful demonstrations in support of this growth. And in the lower, parts of the country, like Warada zones and things, we see that corruption is creating bitterness among our society. There are many reports that we hear of that. Your Excellency, Prime Minister, corruption is the stumbling block for our peace and growth. What is being done to combat this, and if you can also tell us, what direction we will follow as a nation, and for the national development to be successful, what is being done, what direction are we following? If you can give us a little bit more. Thank you. Next up, Honorable Ms. Alamitu. Thank you, Honorable Speaker of the House. Your Excellency, Prime Minister of Ifedri, Dr. Abiy Ahmed, regarding the 2017 or 2025-2026 budget report, you've come to be with us, and I appreciate, and I would like to thank you for that. In terms of implementations, and what we've seen to be a demonstration of our growth is the corridor project. The corridor project is a showcase of the urban development that has begun. What would be visible for this is the different corridor projects executed in our city, Addis Ababa. I believe everyone can witness that a city can change within 2 years. Your Excellency, there are many who speak negatively against this project, and many are also complaining that the society is suffering as a result of this project. And about the overall corridor project, and also to avoid any kind of stumbling block in Addis and also in the regional cities. What has been done, if you can share with us. And next up, Mr. Brahanu Govana. Thank you, Speaker of the House, Honorable Speaker of the House. Thank you for being here in order to answer our questions presented by the House. Your Excellency Prime Minister, as you know, the people of Gedio, from north to south, from east to west, and its territory, it's covered with plantain, coffee, and being small streams of rivers and wealthy mountains, it is covered with green. It is a convenient tourist attraction, and there are over 10,000 rocks. It is a convenient place for agriculture, for tourism, for industry, for many things, and the people are peaceful people who will accept and host anyone that goes there. There are over 500 traditional eldership systems. It also has many traditional courts and reconciliation methods. I would appreciate your effort to make this to be registered in UNESCO, and in order for these traditional systems to be known in the world, I would like to plead that you continue your efforts in making it known to the world. Next up, Your Excellency, the Prime Minister, the Gedio zone. It is found about 365 kilometers, and it is near the Moyale, 300 kilometers away from the Moyale border. It is a zone that is situated well. Gedio zone is convenient for tourism, and it has huge potential. And in the 10-year tourism plan, if we could do more projects, including an airport, what is planned? And the other is, in terms of the plan, there's also a dry port service in Dila. The place has been selected and the place is prepared, but construction has not begun for the dry port in Dila. The dry port will reduce the big expense that our imported products would spend in by the seaports, and also it will expand the different services to the southern part of the Ethiopia. If this plan can be executed, and in order to bring this plan to fruition, what is planned? And also there is a huge flow of transportation, so there is a need to improve the road infrastructure from Awasa to Dila. Also, maybe if there is a plan to build an expressway from Awasa to Dila to enhance this. The third one is a comment raised by the people. It was requested to be presented to you. I will try to explain it. Now, number one, the Gedio zone has many riches and culture. While it has a lot of intellectuals, it has not been well represented in different ministerial sectors, both in the communist government and the Ihadic regimes, it was never represented in the Minister of Institutions. What is the standard to register in these institutions, in the federal ministerial institutions? And then the other is regarding good governance. In Choramo Conseil de Rache, it is a 200-kilometer asphalt road construction. This road has not been worked on for many years, but it connects over 6 zones. It is a road that has blocked the alternative routes to these 6 zones. And this road has been blocked due to security issues. The construction of this road has been hindered. There is a place called Tore in an Oromia region, between 15 and 20 kilometers away from that. Because of that security issue, this road that covers about 200 kilometers has not been constructed. And it is a connection point for over 6 zones, and it has significant economic benefits, connecting the people in those zones. So if you can put a direction for the construction of this road in Gotiti-Buliti, it's a road that goes up to Gotiti-Buliti. It connects the Oromia and the South regions, but because it was constructed under standard, it has become a problem for trucks to pass by that road. People are having difficulty to use this road or to even present their produce to the market. So in order to improve the standard of this road, what will be done? The other thing, in the Efedri Technique and Skill Institute in the 2011, due to the insecurity in 2011, that institution has been closed since then and is not giving service. This it was presented in a report for the Ministry of Skilled and Labor, and they've said that it will begin, but nothing has been done so far. It's an institution that trains many young people, and it opens an employment opportunity for many young people. So if a direction can be given to us for this institution to work. The other is the industry parks in Yurga Chefe. There are 2 industry parks that are built in these cities, but they have not begun functioning, and these parks will open good employment opportunity for young people there. So these industry parks need to be visited and need to be reopened, because there is lack of substation in the region. There is also lack of electric power access. The electric poles are rotten, and they are creating problem for the community. The electric poles were, they were planted like 20 years ago, and sometimes these poles will fall, and the electric power is actually killing many women who are collecting wood for fuel. And we have presented this complaint to the regional office of the electric power authorities, but we have not received any solution. If we can get a direction to solve this. The other things, the Onago and Yugach FA, cities don't have access to drinking water. We keep complaining about this, but we are not getting any solution. If we can get a direction to get, these problems to be solved, with your oversight. And about delayed constructions, the Dilla Referral Hospital began 7 years ago. It started in 2011 Ethiopian calendar. So there's a huge delay in this construction project. Many other projects who began after that are now giving service, but the Dilla Referral Hospital is still not completed. If you can give us a direction to complete this. The Shakiso Road, similar case, began a year ago. This road cannot even go beyond Dilla city. Even just the paving of the way has not even gone beyond the city of Dilla. There is a huge delay in this, and how can this be solved? And the last one is about a democratic administration. We say we will create a democratic system, but what we see on ground is the opposite. From region to zone, Wereda, there is a big problem regarding this. Party members are arrested, abused and threatened, while you are saying that you're building a democratic system. In the lower regional systems, this is not reality. How do we build a democratic system? For example, the 2022 Ethiopian calendar, European calendar election. Gedid won in the three cities. There is no just division of power, so there is a better representation in the region. We don't have representation in the region or in the zone or in Wereda or in Kabale, and this is being done in order not to share power. As long as the election was just, even in regions and areas, the gated parties have won. They are not being given the place they deserve. The representatives have been chased out of the zone, the Wereda, and the regional offices. How can we say we're building a democratic system? Thank you so much. Thank you. Next up, Honorable Ms. Maskaram Hailu. Thank you, Honorable Speaker of the House. Thank you, Your Excellency Prime Minister, for coming here to answer questions raised by the House. And I will present my question. Even if our economy is showing growth, people in the lower income are suffering due to cost of living and inflation. The government is expressing that it is reducing the inflation, but from the society we're hearing that the weight is heavy. Your Excellency Prime Minister, how do you reconcile the reality with the report? The cost of living, inflation, unemployment are existing problems, and how will we solve them in a sustainable manner? If you can respond to this, thank you. Next up, Your Excellency Ms. Tarike Dawa.
ኦሮምኛ ገብቶ መሰለኝ
ከዚህ ጋር Your Excellency, thank you for being among us in order to answer our questions. I'll present my questions as follows. As a nation, in order to ensure sustainable development, and the work that is being done is really commendable. However, our income or our tax to the GDP ratio, in comparison to countries under the Sahara, it is very low. Your Excellency Prime Minister. In order to collect, income or revenue, what efforts are being done, if you can explain, and also regarding taxpayers, in order for the systems to be clean from corruption and bad governance, what is being done, if you can explain this. Thank you. Thank you. And next up, your Honorable Ms. Ade. Thank you, Honorable Speaker of the House. Thank you, Your Excellency Prime Minister. Your Excellency Prime Minister. First of all, thank you for being among us to respond to the questions raised by the House. And I will present my questions as follows. The transformational government has been working tirelessly to solve the long-standing problems of the educational sector, but the sector still faces many problems and challenges. Your Excellency Prime Minister, in order to make education accessible to all parts of society, especially what is being done in order to restore children who have quit school, to make them go back to school. What is being done, and also education, in order to improve the quality of the education. The development of teachers is very significant, and to ensure this, what is being done in the government, please report on this. Next up, Mr. Kamal Hashim. Thank you, Honorable Speaker of the House. Thank you, Excellency Prime Minister. Let me express my gratitude. I want to express my gratitude to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, since the time of change, you've been working hard. You've been being a model, humbling yourself and working hard. I wouldn't want to go to my questions without thanking you for your significant efforts in leading this nation. Your Excellency Prime Minister, even if these changes speak for themselves, for example, you have created a system that would you've been working as a construction worker, as a farmer. You've been working hard, especially to stop the process of importing wheat, and now we have become an exporter. We have seen also in different spices, tea, and similar commodities, we've shown significant growth in exporting these commodities. And through this effort, Ethiopia has joined the global market, and leaving a significant impact in that. The different campaign like Ethiopia Tamrit, many industrial parks have opened, and there has been significant results in tourism, industry, agriculture, and so on. And the UN Agricola has been awarded to you, Your Excellency Prime Minister. You've raised the Gerd Dam from the slumbering state it was in. You've made the issue of water one of the key discussion points in the politics, and you've executed excellently to ensure that we have the largest dam in Africa, and I would like to thank you for that. And also, you've been working on the green legacy, and the results are unbelievable. We have planted 5 times more than the population of the world, and Ethiopia has shown that kind of record in Gabeta Lahager and projects like that. Have created a beautiful, conducive environment in our city. We've seen amazing results in the regional cities, but we've seen a significant result in Addis Ababa. It has become a new flower, just like its name. And as a result, it has been hosting many global events in the city. And I would like to thank you for this result. As we understand from history, Ethiopia in the Aksum times used to move around the Red Sea, and of course the nation has lost that ownership of sea, and it has been even a very difficult issue even to raise this issue of the Red Sea. But because of your leadership, now you've been pursuing both legal and peaceful ways to have access to the Red Sea, and this is a point of pride for all Ethiopians. Your Excellency Prime Minister, due to your great diplomacy capacity and your strength, I believe that you will lead us into getting access to the Red Sea, and I want to appreciate for your efforts so far. Your Excellencies, members of the House, and guests and observers, for all the results our leader has, accomplished, if we can appreciate him with an applause. Once again, thank you, Speaker of the House and the Prime Minister of the FEDRI. Next up, I'll present my questions as follows. Due to your leadership and transitional government, Ethiopia is pursuing the issue of access to the Red Sea. So this agenda has become continental and global topic. So as a member of the House, I want to say thank you. Your Excellency, the Prime Minister, I have 2 questions regarding this. This request of the Ethiopian people, in order for it to be accomplished in a peaceful, legal, and diplomatic way, what is being done? and for all our neighboring countries and other African brothers, in order for them to help us pursue this question, this request in a just way, if you can explain what is being done regarding this. Next up, Honorable Rufanos Zelu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister, for coming here to answer questions from this Parliament. Here is my question. The Ethiopian economy has been growing, and as a result, the budget proposal submitted to the Parliament has also been rising significantly. Currently, we are now being asked to adopt a national budget which is close to 2 trillion Ethiopian birr, and that's very promising. And it's an indicator that Ethiopia is rising. However, Your Excellency Prime Minister, the Ethiopian economic growth and Ethiopian budgetary growth has declined when it is expressed in terms of USD. And what do you say about that? Also, what is the direction that you are going to pursue in the upcoming Ethiopian budget year to ensure fair and equitable use of the allocated budget that can and for sectors that can play a pivotal role for our growth and prosperity? Thank you very much. Thank you. Next up, Honorable Dr. Ababao Dasalo. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Here is my question. Civil servants and the lower segment of the society have been expressing their inability to withstand the current high cost of living. They also claim that they can't pay house rent, school fees, and clothing and other basic necessities. In this regard, health professionals have been on strike to demand better living conditions. However, the government chose to politicize their request and decided not to address the issue. So when is your government planning to start addressing these critical issues while claiming that it's economic reformist on one hand? Earlier, we have been hearing that attempts are being made to reduce inflation, but IMF, World Bank, Ethiopian Economics Association are saying that there is quite a big challenge. For instance, there is a hyperinflation, and due to the foreign currency devaluation, we are now defaulting in paying our debt. There is a high rate of unemployment. At least 2 million job seekers are joining the economy every year seeking for employment. So what have you planned to address this? Second question, in the monastery of Zukwala and other churches, armed groups are causing havoc on these unarmed civilians. What is it? Why is not the government trying to protect these civilians by assigning appropriate armed forces? Thirdly, the government has been frequently asked to address its issues with Fano, Ola and other armed groups through peaceful means. the government has chosen the peaceful path with TPLF. On the other hand, hundreds of Amhara activists, politicians, journalists are behind bars for more than 2 years. While they are not directly implicated in any genocidal activities, while the accusation is of that nature. There is this delay in serving justice. As has been said, delayed justice is considered to be delayed unserved. The members of parliament, human rights groups, and including the US government have been asking the government to address these political issues peacefully. In Benishangul, Amhara, Oromia regional states, there is still an ongoing armed conflict. In this regard, you asked us, members of parliament, to help you with this peace process, and we have tried to send a messenger to your office, but we were not successful. We haven't been able to get that platform where we can have a chat about that. And the fourth point, in different parts of Addis and other parts of the country, there has been this issue of displacement since 2006 without any substitute and proper compensation. Their questions and complaints have not been answered yet. These displaced persons are saying that they were considered to be undocumented but not illegal, and they will be documented very soon. But unfortunately, we have recently adopted this proclamation in this house saying that those houses built before 2004 in Ethiopian calendar will be legalized. So why is your government not addressing these questions properly? Because they asked me to present this question to you. Thank you. Thank you. Next, Dr. Fatih Mahdi. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister, for coming here to answer our questions. Here is my question. As it's known, the planning, starting and completing national projects is one of the features of this transformative government. In the past years, huge resource has been allocated on road, electricity, water, energy and irrigation. In 2017 performance report, it was stated that the results were very much encouraging. However, in terms of the demand for infrastructure, there is still a huge gap, as we have witnessed when we went to our constituencies, especially in relation to the construction and maintenance of road and irrigation projects. The gap is still significant. Your Excellency, there are road, water and irrigation projects that have been delayed for years, and what is the plan in completing these projects sooner? Especially because water is like life priority. What is the priority given to projects related to drinking water? In the 2018 budget year, what have you planned to initiate new projects? Thank you. Next, Honorable Dr. Ashebber Wolde Georgis. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed, for coming here to answer and clarify our questions. Your Excellency, the Prime Minister, the 2017 performance report of the federal government, according to my review, together with the reality that I am witnessing, this country led by the Prime Minister is a very promising country, whereby the upcoming generation will not blame the current generation for transferring debt, poverty, and very shanty places of living. I can say that proudly, and for that I would like to thank the Prime Minister for mobilizing the public using the program of the party. However, not because they do not recognize the reality, but because they choose to belittle the efforts of the government and the public, and without knowing that the prosperity of Ethiopia is inevitable. There are some groups and elements who have waged war against the state. Honorable Prime Minister, you are the designer and architect of the prosperity of Ethiopia, a country showing a global achievement in terms of economy, and you have also shown that you are merciful, you are ready for negotiation and peace, as witnessed in the Tigray conflict. For instance, some individuals, high-level Tigrayan individuals, elites involved in that conflict, were brought to the table for discussion, and even you made them members of your administration. This is an indicator that you don't hold any grudge. My question is, knowingly or unknowingly, some elements involved in armed conflict should know that Ethiopia is enough for all of us. We shall not kill each other, we shall grow together. Let's not waste our resources. And you have been relentlessly asking them. So is your word for reconciliation, is your call for peace is still there? Is it on the table? Secondly, Ethiopia is following this foreign diplomacy that is very friendly to neighboring countries. According to this diplomacy, some achievements were registered. Honorable Prime Minister, Ethiopia, for its current relation and collaboration with neighboring countries, what is the current situation, especially if you say some things about Eritrea? Thirdly, some elements that are against the reform and the growth of Ethiopia are claiming, are denying the right of access to the sea that Ethiopia holds. But considering the global situation, getting access to the sea is inevitable to Ethiopia. Some are telling us to sit, to keep quiet and sit, but I am with the group that says that by any means we need to get a port. So let's not have a war, and if the negotiation is not successful, Your Excellency, you, for the police if you command the police commissioner or your chief of staff, how many days will they take to ensure that we have a port? Thank you. Next, Honorable Dr. Awak Amzai. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And thank you, Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed, for coming here to submit the performance report for 2017 budget year and to answer questions from members of Parliament. My first question is, because we might have a common interest, it has already been raised by another MP. Honorable Prime Minister, in the budget year, monitoring development projects is one of the options that has been pursued by the government. In this regard, several road and irrigation projects are delayed in different parts of the country. My question regards to this specific project which has almost been forgotten. This road project starts from Burji Gumaide Mazoria. This is an asphalt level road. It originates from Gedio zone from southern region and crosses through Amaro, Buji, Konso, and ends at Konso zone of Gumaide Mazoria that links to the city of Arbamenj. Apart from its economic importance, it has also social and cultural significance. It was started and stopped 6 years ago. That was partly because of the security issue in the area. Previously, I raised a question in this parliament and you took some initiatives. The problem has been reduced to some extent. However, most of the areas that the road crosses are free from any security issues. Only 20 kilometers may be involved in those areas covered by these security incidents. But the road construction is halted now. This road links Kore zone to Oromia regional state, and the delay of the completion of this road is causing significant economic and other impacts to the public, and the excuses being given by the contractors and the owners are unacceptable, and I would like to get an emphasis from your side for the timely completion of this road. The second question relates to the risk of disaster. In the southern Omo zone, especially in the Turkana Lake and Omo River, because of the overflow, it's causing risk to the people of the Dasanaj and other ethnic groups. So Omo River is their hope and also a cause of threat for these people. The Dasanaj ethnic group lives in both sides of the Lake Turkana and Omo River. So when Turkana Lake overflows from the Kenyan side. It comes to Ethiopia, and the parts of this land occupied by the ethnic groups are overwhelmed by the water level. From the 40 Qabalis in Dasanech Warada, 27 Qabalis, that means 68%, are entirely swallowed by this water. Domestic animals are lost, farmlands and even residential areas are already been destroyed. The capital of Dasanech, Omorate, is close to 1.3 kilometers from this water overflow. Moreover, the overflowing of Omo River and Lake Turkana is from both sides, and it's consuming more land. And as a result, the people of Dasanech are now divided into two, and they need immediate life-saving support. In general, the southern Ethiopian government as well as the federal government have made separate efforts, which is proven to be unsuccessful so far. So, to address this problem and save the town of Omorate, dozers and graders were deployed, and 7.2 kilometer soil protection has been built to prevent a potential overflow of the water. The people are mostly displaced and dependent on life-saving relief. As if this is not enough, the Dasanech people that are living in different makeshift camps are being attacked by other tribes from neighboring areas. So there is an ongoing peace effort from both sides. Especially the federal government shall work with the government of Kenya using its diplomatic channels to address these cross-border conflicts. The Garissa ethnic group is also crossing Ethiopian border. Murle Gosas from the Sudan and also other ethnic groups from Uganda are also crossing our borders. In general, the federal government needs to do a lot and needs to understand the importance of the situation and establish a task force that can coordinate efforts by different federal ministries to find a lasting solution. The overflowing of the Omo River is not limited to that area and cannot be addressed by a separate effort from different offices, and these are causing unnecessary wastage of labor and resource. And to seek a lasting solution, there needs to be a research on Omo River to find a sustainable solution for the problem. These issues need a high-level political decision, and the government needs to understand how critical the situation is and make a national level decision to help support the people of Dasanech. With this opportunity, I know this place due to my professional service. The people have a saying that what the eye sees will be understood by the heart, and they want the Prime Minister to come and see for yourself. This is the message that I received from the people of Dasanach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker of the House and Your Excellency, Prime Minister of the FDRI. Thank you for being here to answer our questions. Your Excellency Prime Minister, thank you for the good encouragement you've created among the people by visiting different developmental works in different regions. There are many projects done by government and the public. If you can travel to go to Tambaro people and visit and see what is being done there. My question will be presented as follows. In our country, in order to modernize the health sector and to extend access, there are efforts being made to do this, and this is very encouraging. But even now, the access to medicine and quality service still is an issue for the public, and in order for the public's demand to be made, and for also the people to get access to quality health services and have access to medicine, what is the government doing? And also, in some parts of the country, there are sudden pandemics or, outbreaks. So what is being done to prevent this, diseases and outbreaks? Thank you. Thank you for all members of the House who presented questions and comments right now. In order to respond to these questions and comments, I will give the chance to His Excellency the Prime Minister, Dr. Abiy Ahmed. Honorable Speaker of the House, honorable members of the House, thank you for this chance to meet again. Before I respond to the different questions presented, in the beginning of this year, we've declared it is the beginning of Ethiopia's resurrection. This concept is about establishing transformation and building the foundation for transformation has been finished. Now we are moving into a season of harvesting the results of that work. That's why we use that language. This year for Ethiopia, indeed, it has been a season of rising. Many results have been achieved. Amazing victories have been achieved in this past year. In order for this to be successful, the House has contributed significantly. I want to congratulate and appreciate the people of Ethiopia and the members of this House on behalf of myself and the FDRI government. Members of the House are not only monitoring, but they've been doing follow-up and support. You've been giving tremendous support to the process, and as a result, this development will continue in the next years. And I would like to remind you again to continue making effort, and for us to have a meaningful role, a meaningful result. One of the indicators for this is the macroeconomic reform. I would like to give a bit of information about the macroeconomic reform. We began this reform is our motto, principle is not led by revolution, but working on changing different institutions without demolishing what was existing, but amending, modernizing the existing system. And we continue to build a nation that doesn't forget its history, but it continues to move forward. This is the foundation of our principles. So the issues that have pushed us to enter into my macroeconomic reforms are macroeconomic brokennesses. This could be expressed in employment, inflation. You can see in the deficit of import-export. So the macroeconomy had brokenness. And the second cause for this is, in order for the private sector to arise and to do its give its contribution, there was no conducive environment. For example, in the private banks, there's 27% of bond, so there wasn't a conducive environment to build wealth and continue to grow. And the other is productivity. There's a limitation in productivity because we were not productive. The many problems that were raised earlier are now existing in our nation. And the fourth one, what has pushed us to the macroeconomic reform, is in order to build a competent economy, we could not create actually a competent economy. We were not competent to export well or import well. Especially the money was overvalued, so it wasn't creating conducive environment. So we need to be committed to solve these problems and the problems in the macroeconomy. This is the reason we entered into the work. This work will not start in Ethiopia and end in Ethiopia, because we are connected to the global economy. If we don't read the economic direction of the world, we will not achieve our goals. In light of this, the economic process in the world was showing a huge shaking because of different conflicts and problems. The economy in the world was wobbly. If you take this last year, according to IMF's prediction, overall the overall inflation, the overall growth would go to 3.3%. But in process, in mid-year, due to the different problems that occurred, the growth of the whole globe was, IMF predicted it to be about 2.8, though it was initially predicted to be 3.3%. When we see the sub-Sahara countries, there was a prediction for a 4.2% growth, but the other problems of the world affected the sub-Saharan countries, and the growth ended up reduce to 3.8%, according to IMF. If the world's economy is shaking, in what strategy can we achieve what we have planned? Because we are connected to the world, we need to consider that connection to the world. For example, when you see the aid that was flowing to Africa, it has reduced by 7% this year. Next year, this could continue to reduce. Globally, inflation was predicted to increase by 4.3 because there are many conflicts in the world that affect the economic growth of the world. So what is expected? The business transactions overall, the world will be increasing by 1.7% instead. So overall, people's interest to deposit their money elsewhere has reduced significantly. If you ask why, governments of the world, their attention is divided to many other major problems. So in the effort to resolve those problems, countries like ours, who's always looking into getting aid from other countries, faces significant problem. To solve this, the microeconomic reform is necessary. In order to compensate for what we could have achieved or lost from the outside, we want to use internal, potential to achieve those results. Based on this, Ethiopia, both nationally and also in the global platform, there are many difficulties our nation is facing, and due to your leadership and the efforts by the people, we have ensured 8.1% growth rate. Now, we've been working to achieve 8.4% growth rate, even if the problems in the world are multi-sectoral. The approach Ethiopia has followed needs to be understood by the House very well. I would like to raise the different sectors in order to explain this. So we need to show the victories we've achieved in different sectors. Of course, on the way, I will respond on the different issues of priorities. The number one sector was agriculture. Agriculture is a pillar for the Ethiopian economy. It's also the pillar for the Ethiopian export. It's not only what we eat, but it's also what we sell and get, income from is determined on agriculture. There is a huge engagement in this sector, so there is a higher estimation that is given to the sector. Of course, people say that our attention is on corridor project, but we are focusing on many sectors at the same time. So when we increase the actors, and also when we make it multi-sectoral, we can achieve an overall result. Agriculture has shown it was planned for it to achieve 6.1% growth rate. For agriculture, 6.1 is a big number because the base is wide. In order to achieve a 6.1% growth rate would play a significant role in achieving our overall economic plan. The agricultural sector had special attention not only for the growth, but for Ethiopia to ensure food security. A country that feeds others but cannot eat will fail to ensure its national priorities. Or it's not about plowing, sowing, and harvesting. There are many inputs into this. The overall value chain needs to be understood, and we need to ensure, or we need to work on our food security. The second one, in the last few years, there are about 27 million people have been under a safety net. They were getting aid. These people, in order for them to move out of the safety net and stand on their 2 feet, the agricultural sector has been a key sector. A month or two ago, I had the chance to go to East Hararge and South Halaba. In these two areas, many Ethiopians who were under the safety net now have moved to producing independently, and I've heard this directly from the farmers. This has become a success in many parts of the country. Ethiopia should not beg. Her children should work hard and should get themselves out of beggary. And this has been producing fruit. So about 23 million Ethiopians have been free from the safety net support they've been getting. This is one of a showcase for your leadership and also for the rising of Ethiopia. And this is one of the showcases for Ethiopia's growth. We need to be proud of this, but when we are proud of this, the remaining 4 million recipients of aid, we need to free them with an immediate action to ensure our nation is a nation that has secured, that has ensured food security. In order to achieve this, is not only need, but there are a list of things. For example, land. Ethiopia has a massive land that is actually plowable. I bet we have added about 26 million acres of land, but this year 31.8 million acres of land was plowed. So that means we have plowed over 5 million acres of land. What was the result regarding production in this land? General, we were able to produce over 1.2 billion quintals in all kinds of produces. Last year it was 1.2 billion. Right now, this year, it is 1.5 quintal of production. We've increased by 24.95%, by 24.7%. This growth was achieved, one, with the work of irrigation. And regarding irrigation, some projects were delayed. In higher and middle level projects, there were about 20 dams that were being built on a federal level. Out of these 20 dams, they can actually help us cultivate over 220,000 of acres of land. If we produce 3 times, with irrigation, it will be about 660,000 acres. So in this year, up to September, at least, 6 higher dams that are able to cultivate about 84,000 acres of land will be launched in different parts of in different regions. If we take the South Omo Dam, 145 kilometers of canal has been built. It means from here to Adama about 75 kilometers. 145 means from here to Adama, back and forth. A canal that long has been built in South Omo. It's not just a pipeline. These are huge canals. Similar projects have been done in Somalia, Afar, Oromia. So at least 6 of these projects will be completed until September. This is higher level or middle level, but there are lower level dams. Over 55 of them have been launched already. They're working. Usually we don't talk about dams. There are over 100 medium and low level dams will be built in Ethiopia. So this has significant contribution in the increase of production. In addition to this mechanization, thousands of tractors, combiners, pumpers have been imported. So we've increased the number of this mechanization tools. We've increased them than last year. This helps increase productivity. Over 50,000 acres of land has been treated for acidity. We've been producing lime in order to treat this land. So the concept of plowing repeatedly, that means twice, 3 times a year, this culture is now developing, and this has contributed for the production of wheat in agriculture for over 5 million acres to be plowed to produce over 3 million quintals. When this increase has been shown, if people say we are giving so much attention to the corridor, how can the farmers believe us? Why we buy tractors and pumps? We are allocating money to it. We are plowing lands. We've been so many agricultural experts are working tirelessly in different regions. In some areas, they even plow overnight with bauza and different kind of methods. If you take the Lemat project, Ethiopia has begun the grandparent parent project in the chicken production. The milk and egg production has increased significantly through artificial methods of breeding cows. What was about 68 now has increased to 88, and fish and other productions too. These initiatives should be seen as good beginnings. We can't say we have done all that we can in the agricultural sector, so we can sit down. We're saying we are showing good results, so we need to continue strengthening these efforts, and we can achieve great results in many other sectors too. So the agricultural sector has received great attention and has also shown great results. It also has a big portion of our economic growth. So many of you have come from different regions and worlds. Farms, coffee, tea, rice. You see significant, changes in these commodities, and it is not hard for you to understand this. We gave enough attention to it and made efforts. It has shown result, and will continue strengthening the effort. The second sector that contributes significantly to our economic growth is industry. industry this year, we had planned for a 12.8% growth rate. In order to achieve this, there was a national steering committee that was established and working on sector and subsector and on factory level. So with the motto "Let Ethiopia Produce," many efforts have been made. The "Let Ethiopia Produce" effort showed about 59% results. This year it's showing 65%. When we began, it was about 47%. We have the different factories. The factories were underperforming due to many factors, and by working on those obstacles, we have increased it to 65%. This year, the industry sector and the energy need has increased by 40%. Earlier, it was mentioned that there is a problem in the energy. A member in the House has mentioned earlier. Yes, it's true, there is a problem. The problem is Ethiopia and the overall Africa, in a way that no other nation can claim, is investing on a generation. Investing on generation and on transmission are different things. Due to that, yes, all poles would fall, but in the industry, the energy has grown by 40%. This is not a small matter. Cement, about 16% growth in cement production last year. It's expensive, there isn't enough supply, but now this year has shown a great improvement due to also the Lemi project being completed. Metal products has shown increase by 18%. Even if Ethiopia did not build this due to the soil type, but in all metal types, we have built a capacity that could actually mold metals. Right now, what we need to do is a work of converting the iron to a metal. So many factories have begun production accordingly. Glass, the modern construction sector uses glass a lot. So Ethiopia did not have enough glass factories, and the ones existing were taking raw material from outside. Now we have over a factory that produces over 600 tons. It takes the soil from Ethiopia and it produces glass. After producing glass, it also works on finishing materials within that factory. The factory in any standard is an impressive work. Maybe December, January, we hope to complete the construction of this industrial park. Members of the House, this glass factory and industry park, I would like to invite you to actually visit, because it's an exciting project. It will change the construction sector significantly. The industrial parks will actually be competent, globally, and it will be a showcase of our capacity. It's nearby in Akaki. Please, whenever you can, go and visit, and you can give some moral to the people there. So in general, regarding industry, especially industrial parks, many of them we've built with a loan, and the investors we brought have done their job, and Because their capacity was small, actually they couldn't do their work well. So if we can look for private sector that has capacity, that could do high level production. So we're working on this, and recently we went to one nation and one country, and we found an investor. Now they've started working on solar panels. These factories will be launched by September. So these factories will produce solar panels. They have capacity. So by bringing such investors, we are working hard to revitalize the industry sector. And this is not just about manufacturing, but it includes construction. The construction, buildings, dams, road construction, overall, including the corridor project. It shows that we have an awakened construction sector. We had actually spent over 5 billion on capital goods because this sector is showing great promise. So this has taken a great share. Outside of construction, what we see, the other thing we see is mining. Ethiopia has a great mining potential. If there are countries in Africa that have a great potential in mining, one of them is Ethiopia. The reason we haven't shown sufficient growth in this is what you said earlier. The focus has been on corridor project. This delay has been due to former government's lack of vision and leadership. But the mining sector could have supported the Ethiopian economy. Well, for example, gold. We exported about 4 tons of gold. This year, we exported about 37 tons. So over 9 times. So such a potential, we've been sleeping on such a potential. We did over 300 million export. Now this year we're doing over 3.5 billion export. So this is due to attention and focus. If we haven't said multi-sectoral development, we would not have achieved this, and the result speaks for itself. And the other one is gas. Gas, during the emperor time, the communist government or Ihadic's time, there were attempts to mine gas. There were conversations, agreements, but after the change, also the private sector that has signed in order to start producing gas. Until recently, the approach they've been using is getting a license, using that license, looking for capital. They don't have money, they have the license, and then with the license they go look for capital. We say this approach does not work. So due to a conversation and dialogue on government level, we cancelled some companies. We now have invited other companies into the sector. Maybe after the break, Ethiopia, for the first time, Ethiopia would be actually producing gas for into the market. You may say, why wasn't it mentioned to us? We are government. We are workers, we're not talkers. So in the right time we will express it to the public, but until then you have to hide it and complete it in order for, our enemies not interrupted. So the gas production, you saw me actually in Somali region. I went for a dam, and it looked like I went for a dam and wheat production celebration, but I went for the gas production. The gas first phase is finished and the second phase will begin soon. We've been waiting for gas. I've been repeatedly saying the agricultural sector, it can actually yield results. Ethiopia has a fertilizer factory. The fertilizer factory, we've been having discussions with different bodies. Finally, we see the development of Africa as our own development. So, so we're working at Dangote, who sees Africa's development as his own development. So now we're working with him and waiting for the gas production. Aliko Dangote has been coming back and forth to our nation due to this. Before you come back from coffee break, Ethiopia will actually begin building a fertilizer factory. The fertilizer factory, not only we will begin, but after 14 months we will actually complete it and launch it. Not we start to finish, not to just begin. So mining overall in gold, gas, fertilizer, the growth we're actually showing that we have given not only attention, but actually we've taken action. So there are 3-4 factories that could be completed in a year or two. When these factories are completed, the gold production will increase. Of course, we're working on tantalum, lithium. We are discussing with different companies regarding tantalum and lithium. Ethiopia has a great mining potential by selecting the right investor in collaboration with the government, those investors. For example, the gas, Ethiopian government and the Chinese government, the companies that will be representing the Ethiopian, we are shareholders. In the fertilizer also, Ethiopian government and Dangote will produce together. The reason is so that people don't take licenses and disappear. This is to also pursue, to acquire knowledge and experience through the process. I don't think the result of this year could be measured by what we planned, because we've moved from $300 million to $3.5 billion of gold production. So this is way beyond our plan. Both sectors have achieved above our plan. The third sector is service. The plan was to achieve 8.1% growth rate. In the service sector, the Honorable House, there are 3-4 areas that are included in the service sector, and we see how significant these are to the agriculture and the industry sector. I would like you to really look into this: tourism, transport. The third one is telecommunication or communications in total. And the fourth one is the different businesses and services connecting this. Maybe you can include technology for this. When we say service, any developed economy actually you see that the service sector takes a big portion of it. The agriculture industry would not, in the US, is not even 30%, but the big share is taken by the service sector. For those who think, oh, this is just tourism, projects for the government. So you may isolate different sectors separately, but the service sector has great potential. If we were to do it in an organized manner, it has great capacity to carry the Ethiopian economy. This year we've had over 150 international conferences. Like, this is many folds greater than last year's. International organizations, why are they picking Ethiopia? Ethiopia has been existing so far. Why are many conferences moving to Ethiopia? There are many factors for this. You can put them as foundations. About 1.3 million tourists have visited Ethiopia, which is greater than the numbers we've achieved before. So there was an immigration reform, what we've done on the immigration, the airline, hotels, destinations, corridor project. These are some of the factors, and there are many more. Just around here. The Unity Park, Friendship, Science Museum, and National Palace. Just this year, about 1.5 million people have visited these sites. We have gotten over half $500,000 through this. We remember the days when people complained, why do we need to build Friendship Park or Unity Park? So that means we have created a destination for 1.5 million people. This 1.5 people, if there was no Unity Park or Friendship, either they're drinking beer or chewing chats. About 13.5 million people have visited these sites in the last years since they are launched. These are people who are registered and pay money. It's a number we can actually identify. In the data in Addis Ababa, the number of tourists this year has shown significant growth. So the tourism sector is one of the important parts of the service sector, and the other one is our airline. Our airline has bought about 13 additional planes, and now we have over 180 planes, and now we've increased also their destinations by 6. So 133 destinations now. Over 19 million people have been using our airline. When we started, it was about half of this that the airline was hosting. So the growth is significantly visible. Both the profit, the number of people that are using our airline, it is innumerable. In the train that goes from Addis Ababa to Djibouti, there's the way that it began. The railway corporation could not even pay its salary to its staff. It was pulling 2-3 cargoes, and it couldn't pay, just like the Addis Ababa light railway. With the reform we've created, it's one of the areas we've shown great exposure through. And so we export cattle and coffee. It's pulling many. So it has shown a positive impact on our growth. In the finance sector, loans have increased by 75%, and the private sector has 80% of the share. The finance sector has shown great awakening. And the macro reform, should be mentioned, the macro reform in the financial sector, the positive impact it has brought. The Ethiopian Commercial Bank, the Ethiopian government has about 850 to 900 billion birr. We had, loans from the commercial bank. 900 billion debts. If this macro reform did not come, the commercial bank could have collapsed and the financial sector will also have collapsed. The Ethiopian financial sector is supported by the commercial bank. It is the main bank. That 900 billion birr debt has been shifted from commercial bank to the government, and commercial bank has ejected another 700 billion birr. So due to this, the financial sector has survived. That means we've redeemed the commercial bank from collapsing through this reform. And the financial sector, the digital, the mobile money now is being used by about 55 million people. The virtual commerce is increasing. For the first time in Ethiopia, cash transaction now has been exceeded by a digital transaction. The digital is now taking the biggest share.
They have taken a loan of 24 billion through the digital system. This shows that the credit system is now being used by the wider sector of the economy. Tourism, transportation has grown due to our digitalization. The service sector, in relation to the corridor development, there has been a low-level study. You can also check for yourself. They have increased their revenue, the tourism sector, and the booking of hotel rooms has also increased significantly. The service industry and agricultural growth shows that our plan for the next year will surpass our plan. Though I cannot say today our plan is 8.4, but there is an indication that we can even surpass that target. The IMF and the World Bank was reported to have said that Ethiopian economy is in crisis. That may be a miscommunication. But it was uploaded as a successful reform. It was just announced yesterday by the board of directors of the IMF. They have uploaded the reform underway in Ethiopia. Our reform is led by a high level of discipline and has received worldwide recognition. Take, for instance, import and export. The plan we proposed to this House in this year was 5.1 billion USD, because our main export product was 3.1. So we planned to export 5.1, but our achievement so far is 8.1 or 8.2 billion USD. This means we have increased 3 billion more than our plan. This is quite a history being made in a country that has never achieved its own target. So if the reform is not working, how on earth is it possible for Ethiopia to get 3 billion USD in a single year as a surplus? This is about goods. Remittance has reached more than 7 billion, FDI about 3 billion, service sector has collected 8 billion USD. Last year, the foreign currency that we received from all sources of foreign currency last year was 24 billion USD. Last year, that was the total amount. This year, it is now 32 billion US dollar. How can we say that the reform is not responsive? Well, the reform is responding even more than what we expected. This is an indication that Ethiopia was not using its own potential so far. This year, we collected 32 billion USD, taking that to export to GDP ratio. Last year it was 2, this year it's 7. This means the Ethiopia was being said that it does not have the capacity to take further loan. That was based on the evaluation. Even some countries in Africa that are said to have the largest economy in Africa have taken a loan 2 or 3 times more than what we did. The point is our export capacity was very limited to repay our loan. This year, our trade balance deficit has decreased by 4 billion. One of the weaknesses of the macroeconomy was this trade deficit between the import and export. The balance of payment for the past years was negative. This year, for the first time, we have positive rate of 2.6 billion for the first time in history. For more than 2 decades, the balance of payment was negative. Now it's positive. This means the result of the reform is tangible. We have sufficient reserve. There is a good indication of import, and if the global shaking is ongoing, we will not be held back for a few months. We are now in a good standing position. The import, agriculture, the service and the industry are performing well. Ethiopia can definitely score a higher level of growth than it has planned, and this is also witnessed by international financial institutions. Yesterday, the IMF board unanimously applauded the Ethiopian macroeconomic reform. This house has allowed us to carry out this bold reform. I first said this reform is a bitter pill. You cannot treat a cancer with anti-pain. The treatment for chemotherapy itself is painful. So people take that painful process because they want to get relief after that painful process. This reform is the same. It was expected that so much challenges will be there. With the help of God, with the collaboration of our people, and with your approval, we have achieved much greater than we planned. Ethiopia is rising. With the issue of import, we spent 19 billion, out of which capital goods take 36% share. When we talk about import, we are not talking only about candies and chewing gums. Consumption, fuel takes 18%. Produced items take some 10 something percent. The remaining is for raw materials. Most of our spending is for capital goods and the inevitable gas, of course. About debt, 92 billion was repaid this year. Since we came to power, we have never taken a single cent of a commercial loan because we had a firm belief that commercial loan was the hindrance to our development. About debt restructuring, the day before yesterday, there was this agreement signed in Paris for 3.2 billion USD. That loan was taken by previous governments and transferred to our government. And because we wanted that debt not to be transferred to our children, we have been negotiating for debt restructuring, and we have successfully managed to secure 3.2 billion USD in the form of debt structure. We have reduced the number of relief dependents by 23 million, and we had this debt restructuring, and the rating of Ethiopia to get financial loan, which has been red flagged, will be changed dramatically, and you will hear a very good news very soon. And I don't think there is nothing to be proud of than securing such a successful deal with international creditors, and that happened with our leadership and your oversight. Deficit has declined. We have not borrowed a single cent from the National Bank. And for those who understand financial economy, this is huge. We haven't taken a single loan from the National Bank. About revenue, the question asked by the Oromo speaker was yes, legitimate. We spend 1.1 trillion more than what we received. There is a deficit of 300 billion. Of course, revenue is not only in the form of tax, but the revenue collected from tax is very low compared to our spending. Why did that happen? The tax to the GDP ratio, even in Africa, is 14%. Kenya's is 14%. Ethiopia is half of that. The tax we collect in terms of our GDP is half of what Kenya collects. If we collected 14% like Kenya did, we could have collected 1.1 billion. We spent 1.2 billion, so the remaining 600 billion would have been used for road construction. Even if we collected 10%, we would have collected 1.3 trillion. Even if we achieve 10%, we haven't been there. Not only the tax to GDP ratio, but in terms of capital and profit revenues, the level in Africa is 6.2, in Asia it is 7 point, in Ethiopia it is 3%. That means it's lower than the half of Africa. I want this honorable house to understand that 46,000 tax registered individuals do not pay tax at all. 46,000 registered taxpayers do not pay tax. How is that possible? Some of them submit liquidation report, bankruptcy reports. Some of them are reporting zero activity. That means they have spent what they have received. Some of them even do not care to submit a report. Because of that, in Ethiopia, among those who were supposed to pay tax, only 37% are paying their tax from the registered taxpayers. We haven't even reached 50% of the registered taxpayers. The 37% pay 60% of our revenue. As you all remember, public enterprises were struggling to pay salary for their staff. They were not attractive for potential buyers, but through our reform in Ethiopia, our public enterprises have generated 2 trillion in the form of revenue, and they paid hundreds of billions in the form of tax. Development work in Ethiopia is conducted by public enterprises and private investors. The 2 trillion revenue was collected by those same public enterprises who were struggling to survive. So they pay the remaining 40% tax. So what is expected from us is, from the registered taxpayers, 37% should reach at least 50% to increase our revenue. By the way, if there are individuals that you know personally, tell them that if they are complaining that too much tax is being imposed on them, a few individuals have a luxurious house, luxurious cars, but the tax they are paying is very much lower than to what they live. In India, when someone goes to a mall and buys an item, if the system detects that the person is spending more than he earns, he will get an alert. In our country, go to a CMC area, just in front of the convention center. Look at the house they are building. It's very luxurious, even in the level of Africa. So when an individual buys a house, a car, they don't complain about tax. But we also have trusted taxpayers, loyal taxpayers. So our main problem is our tax administration. A reform is ongoing, results are being seen. The second one is tax evasion. Third one is the informal economy. Mostly people get their money from the informal economy, not only because of the contraband, but because of the avoidance of using receipts. People bypass the tax system. But through our reform, we need to get the support of this parliament. One of the reform is that there is a national steering committee that monitors daily activity. And that committee is achieving a lot, especially in relation to addressing matters related to duty-free privileges. We are attempting to digitalize the tax system. That is also showing result. For merchants and traders, their attempt to work is a benefit for the country because they hire other individuals, they create employment opportunities. But if they do not pay tax loyally, they cannot expect to get a road, a police force, an army to protect them. So people pay tax to get medical service, road services, and other facilities. So considering that, those business persons need, I would like to urge them to pay their tax loyally, honestly. Earlier, the question related to the data structuring, the 3.25 billion was from governments. The Eurobond loan was from private companies. And with this opportunity, I have a message to Eurobond creditors. Like the government creditors, we are happy to restructure the debt because we have a huge potential for investment. And I would like to urge the private creditors to work on this path for the betterment of our economy. The reform being carried out by the National Bank of Ethiopia, one of the result is on inflation. We haven't borrowed anything from the National Bank, and most of our spending is from the monetary bond. In terms of inflation, our reform, even if it's small, there is a result achieved in that sector. Last year and before that, we were attempting to reduce inflation, but this year it's different. The fiscal and the monetary policy actions were taken in that regard, and on the foreign currency administration, we allocated hundreds of billions to support those in need, and our decision not to borrow from the National Bank and increasing productivity was the key answer for reducing inflation. The others were supporting. So as you have seen, even in Addis, farmers have now access to large-scale marketplaces where they can sell their produces to urban residences. This is a linkage between farmers and consumers, helping to regulate the inflation. Due to this, we have significantly reduced inflation. Last year it was 22.8. Now it's 4.8. Last May, food-related inflation reached 14%. This issue of inflation in early 2000, that is in Ethiopian calendar, the food items inflation of Ethiopia has escalated to 60%. So it has been rolling down ever since. It was 60%. Now it has declined to 12%. 2 points need to be emphasized here. One is the production of wheat. If we claim to have a wheat production, why is the price not going down? People are asking this question. The production of wheat, if it contributes for the lowering of price, why are the farmers producing wheat in the first place? Because they produce something if they get profit out of it. When we move 23 million beneficiaries from the safety net programs, and if they are getting income, that means they are able to pay and purchase these farm items. But regardless, something to be underlined here is that the growth ratio has reduced. I didn't say the price of items has reduced. There is a difference between growth ratio and price of items. For instance, when I say 12%, you may go to a shop and ask if the price of a commodity has decreased. That's not the case. These two items are complementary, but not the same. If we don't have inflation, that means we don't have growth at all. If someone invests 100 birr, and one of the indicators that how much he gets in the next year is inflation. But that inflation needs to be a healthy one. It needs to be limited to a single digit, because people do not increase their income every year. The rate of inflation shall not be disruptive to their normal way of living. According to international financial institutions, for developing countries like Ethiopia, 10% inflation is acceptable. For countries like the US, 3% is acceptable, because an investor who wants to invest his money, according to their rating, the risks in Ethiopia and the US are not the same. So that's why 10% is considered to be acceptable for countries like Ethiopia.
And this, when it comes to people who live with salaries, people of low income, are they not suffering? Yes, of course. The poor are suffering. That's why Ethiopia collects 900 billion, but 350 of it was subsidy. But if it was invested in development, it would have covered many holes. In Ethiopia, civil servants and, with the teachers, doctors, they are the foundations of the success, the economical success. Soldiers, teachers, doctors, if an economy does not consider them, it should not be considered in Ethiopia. As a member of House mentioned, the honorable member mentioned, is it just for political, conversation that we have this, but the question is very legitimate. But many people will trying to. There is a genuine question. Could be asked in the wrong way. It was said that there was no response. I don't think so. We've discussed with the teachers, we've discussed with the medical professionals in order to ensure the prosperity of Ethiopia. My work and your work needs to pay sacrifice, because the plan is to free our children from poverty. Let's take the suffering together and move forward. We had an agreement, we had a peaceful agreement on this, but while that is the case, the government last year did, whether in subsidy or salary, there was, because the thing with subsidy, it doesn't come to your pocket directly, so you might not recognize it, but such efforts are being made. But balancing inflation with need, in order to do that, every person has to get an income that meets its needs. If a person gets 1 million of salary per month, for that person, whether Maketo is 50 birr or 100 birr, doesn't make any difference. But for the person that earns 10,000 birr a month, from one Maketo, a big chunk will be taken. So we need to ensure its overall, the public's overall growth. When we ensure that growth, when the income increases, when the inflation rate is acceptable, then our suffering will reduce. Right now, the poor are suffering, and civil servants are suffering. It is true. Members of this house, for example, you don't even have to go to the medical sector. Here, members of the parliament, 100 people. I've reduced it. 100 members of the house. The salary that they earn, maybe next door one person is earning that amount. What 100 people are being paid, members of the parliament are being paid, maybe one individual is getting paid. Maybe the salary of the prime minister in our country, maybe a soldier in another country could earn it. If we were not saying we want to pay the sacrifice to lead Ethiopia out of poverty, of course, if it is about the economy, if it is about what you're earning and inflation, it is painful, of course. But we are saying, let us pay the price, let us sacrifice, so we can actually create a better future for our children. Of course, this pertains to soldiers, teachers, doctors. Soldiers suffer in our country. In this rain, they walk, they are wounded, they are killed. What do they get paid? What the Ethiopian people need to know: the significant portion of Ethiopia's capital is for development. If we reduce the development, if we stop constructing roads and we stop the projects, yeah, we can raise the salaries. But if a country is not growing, then it's going to be trapped somewhere, like some countries that we see in the world. So we need to pay the price and change this. Of course, what's on the ground and the reports are not matching. So the data that I brought, the data comes from the statistics agency. Ethiopia is on 60%, 30, 25. That's the statistics agency. Well, if we accept the 60, but we refuse to accept the 15, it's wrong. This is a number. It doesn't lie. We leave the profession, the expertise to them, but there is a methodology. They, gather sample data and analyze it. So if the number is high, we accept it, but if the number is low, we refuse to accept it. I don't think this is a right conclusion. In general, the unification of the Ethiopian finance, this reform is going to bring foundational changes. Consider it like a balloon. The earlier one, it was a black balloon. It is filled up, but it's not cannot carry anything. Think of a young man in the neighborhood who has no money, but he dresses so well, but he has no money. He just walks around the cafe. He doesn't have the money. This was what the case was for our economy. It looked good, but it cannot translate into paying debt. This is artificial. We need to face this artificial system and work on financial unification. I'm not going to mention some of my friends in other countries who have similar debt problems. They've had discussions with me. We discussed that if we don't do the reform, we cannot get out of it. They said we're not going to try it. Our election is next year. Reform response not in a year, but in 2-3. So they said we are not going to try it. So how are you going to continue? We're going to take a loan to pay salary and then move through the election. But what we decided is we will make the reform. We will carry the weight. We rather lose the election. We're not gonna transfer this sickness into the next stage. It's a responsible action taken by the government. Some of this, if you take Nigeria, they made the reform after the election because they will work on it for 5 years and they will respond. We are doing it while we're left with 1 year because Ethiopia's brokenness should not be connected to election. We have a strong belief in this. The Honorable Parliament should understand this in order to see the results of the reform. When you go back to your region or zone of your election, go even to the monastery and ask, the people in the monastery, the reform has responded to them. They've been selling coffee and earning. Ask farmers and ask monasteries. They've had coffee. They take out the coffee to the market. They were not getting enough income out of it, but this year they've received a better income. So this, in the eyes of us or the public, the farmers or the international community, is yielding its result, and if we continue to do this, the result will be greater. About roads, 2 honorable members of the parliament have mentioned questions. I've paid attention to your questions. I've taken notes. But what the rest of us need to understand, including the honorable members who have asked the question, the Ethiopian road coverage is about 175,000 kilometers, 300 projects costing 1.7 trillion. They are approved. We've signed the contract. We've started construction. They are in different levels or phases. Out of this 169 of the projects, they are building over 11,000 kilometers right now. About more than 1,000 kilometers will be launched. In fact, in Addis Ababa alone, 200 kilometers of road will be officiated. We have a lot of renovations being done in the old roads. Unfortunately, the roads were poorly made. About 15,000 kilometers of road renovation is being done. The road construction, I don't think you can get such an investment in any African country. The issue with the road, of course, security is an issue. Second is compensation, and then the capacity of contracts. The fourth, because we have a wide amount of work, but we have few contracts, and then a contractor will take 3-4 projects, so they're trying to meet the needs for all projects, so they are limited. The example you raised in Fiscal and Kela Sagan, It's about 171 kilometers this road, divided into lots. There was an auction for the construction, and they had begun the project. But due to a security problem, the contractor left the. In this context, we are not the ones constructing; we are the ones paying. So the person faced the problem on its own, and then left the place, and then we gave a second auction. The still is going on. Nobody could do it. It's not due to lack of interest from the government. It's actually due to other factors regarding the contractors. So of course, if there's security and then the construction continues, it will solve many problems. The question raised with Guji and Gedio, it's absolutely true. Gedio is a beautiful green place. It's a peaceful it's a peaceful community. But as much as possible in zone, warada, and regional and federal level, just like any zone, and this zone deserves development, and it will bring great contribution to Ethiopia. It's not a question. But if the work that the zone and the region, the federal is doing is mixed up, it will not be right. So some of the projects are done by zones and regional offices, and the issue of power, or the issue of share of power, whether in regional or federal level, what you need to understand is the majority chair is given to Prosperity Party because it won. Of course, Prosperity Party said we need to be inclusive and we need to participate others. So all the way from federal to the zones, we've been inclusive. But if there is an issue in your zone, we will look into it. So the constitutional right to administer the Gedio zone is completely given to the Prosperity Party. But if you participate and work together, it will benefit the people of Gedio zone. And why you are denied that share of power, we will look into it. You said we couldn't get a hold of you. It has not been a month. It's about 2 weeks since I've had discussions with opposition parties. I've had discussions with them. If there is, this is not connected with me, and the way we work is clear. If there's mediation in Oromia, it's between Oromia and Shani. If it is in Amhara, it's between the Amhara government and the armed force. If there is a special support that is needed from me, I'll give it. But it's not directly connected with me. The regional governments are the ones who handle it on their regions. If you make an attempt, I will take it as a positive effort. I would say continue your effort. Maybe we'll come back to this later. The question by Honorable Dr. Shepard, my stand is the same. Ethiopia needs peace, prosperity, and work of addition, or work of working together, So my brothers, come, let's work together. That's my stand. I'll continue. If there are, people who want to continue doing this both individually and as a group, we're open to it. About roads, there's a significant work that needs to be done, and we will evaluate and we'll respond to your questions about visitation. Part of my work is to visit my people and to visit the development in the different regions. I will try to accomplish that in the right time. I've gone last year to South Omo. If it is requested this year, I will come when it's convenient. About energy, as I mentioned earlier about road, no other African nation, whether economy number 1 or 10, No country can say I'm investing like Ethiopia. GERD, Koisha, Aisha, Asala, Aluto. At least these are higher level projects that are being completed. About GERD is completed. We will actually officiate and launch GERD. Before that, there are people who want to disturb that process. We are gonna launch GERD. There's no reason why we would not actually launch DASE. We are gonna do it at the end of the rainy season. My message to the lower trans countries: GERD is a blessing to Sudan and Egypt. There is no harm that will come to them. The development in Ethiopia is their development. The energy in Ethiopia, I will talk about it later, it will be distributed to all neighboring countries. Our dam, if it was harmful to other countries, Turkana would have been a problem. There was a problem that Turkana will dry up. In fact, after the dam, let alone to dry up, it's now even filling up. The Egypt in Aswan dam, it has not reduced by 1 liter. The water in Aswan has not reduced. As long as Ethiopia continues to develop and exists, we will collaborate with our Egyptian brothers. We don't have any ill intention. We don't want Egypt and Sudan to suffer. We will use the water together. We will use the energy together. We will grow together. If there is a need for dialogue, we will have the dialogue. What we've been continuously raising is like, do not tell us to stop building. What we're building in our land with our money, you have no right to stop it or to say stop. But to work with Egypt, to have a dialogue and negotiate with Egypt, we are open. But the GERD dam would not have any harm to Egypt or Sudan. The biggest part of Ethiopia's power lands on this house, on this parliament, both for low trans countries, Egypt, Sudan. When in September, when the rain reduces, we will have a launching event, so we will invite them to that official launching of GERD. It is our riches, is our project. So the issue is, if when the famine comes or drought comes, usually if Ethiopia is experiencing drought, then Egypt will experience drought. But Ethiopia is working hard on green legacy, so we don't experience drought. If we get rain, then Sudan and Egypt will get rain. So we need to be positive and we should work together. Aisha, there is the wind project in Somali region. It's a project that we started with a loan from another country. When the loan stopped, the Ethiopian government continued the project with its own finance. Also the Asala. So geothermal the project is at 98% completion. Outside of Koisha, including GERD, all the other projects will complete. Koisha is now about 70%. The rest of them are above 85%. Some are 90%. We'll complete them. Our export of energy has grown to 136%. Both locally and internationally, because our capacity to produce has grown. While this is the case, regarding transmission, including Addis Ababa, it's not only an issue in Gedio. The suffering that our sisters are going through in Gedio, even in Addis Ababa, If you go from one end to another end, there's light on this section, there's no light on the other one. So our transmission lines need a lot of work. This is national. After we finish Koisha and GERD, Ethiopia would need over $10 billion of investment on energy. After that, I believe these things will find solution. I share the pain, but the solution is to continue the developmental journey we have begun. About housing projects or residential houses, one of the deficits in Ethiopia is housing. When we say housing, it's not only people who don't own houses, but people who have people who look like they own houses, but they're houseless. There are many. For example, in Awari, there are people who didn't have a home. They didn't have a house. If a person never had, a bathroom in their house for 20, 30 years, how can we qualify that as a house? So there is a huge housing deficit. So in collaboration with government and the private sector, we're working. For example, the Tayit Beit soldiers camp, now the 40-60 housing deal is being done, so this construction is happening. This collaboration, the government providing the land and then the private sector bringing their investment into it, there was no such way of working before. So through this, we've built over 1 million houses. We're building right now over 265,000 houses. You see that there's construction everywhere. When the production of glass, cement, and metal increases, what this reformation needs is housing, not a shelter, not the plastic house. We need housing. So when we say breathing, this is an issue that we work hand in hand with the private sector. So there are over 100,000 houses that are being renovated. The rural corridor, I don't know if you've seen it. Our project will be actually launched in September. The need is to have a house that has latrine and then solar lighting, separate place for their cattle and things like that. We've seen results through this project in the urban area. There are some older women who never had a bathroom, a toilet in their houses. This woman was crying, expressing her gratitude. So our desire is to expand that to a rural area. So if there's biogas, the woman doesn't need to cut wood. If there is a separate place for the cattle, there will not be transmission of disease. So we need to expand it. And the only way you can do this is by working. There's no other way. Ethiopia has water, land, young people. Why is Ethiopia starving? Anybody can raise this question, this theoretical question. Yes, but it's suffering. It's actually starving. When we say let us do it, you realize not every land is the same. There's a land that can produce, there's a land that cannot. There's a land that takes seed and doesn't give a yield. Not every water is the same. The water that you get from the rain and the water that you distribute with trucks is different, because one has a need for financing, the other one is free, it comes from nature. When we start the work is when we see the real difficulty. Sometimes while you have money, it's difficult to actually execute such project. So the question we raise without working will not change Ethiopia. Let's do it, let's get into it. While we're working, we'll figure it out and build it, and it will change the future of our children. No, the Honorable House, I want you to accept this. I want to say that Ethiopia will stop begging in our time. Ethiopia will finish projects like GERD in our time. her, spoiled riches will be utilized well. A person who has one car today, wishes for 10, or a person who has one house wishes for 10 houses, or something that the next generation will look into. About corridor project, as I raised earlier, the Ethiopian government is not focusing only on corridor project. That's a mistake. We have many projects in different sectors, but the corridor project, what the House needs to understand, the overall GDP of Ethiopia, 60% of it is on cities. If you forget the cities, 60% of the economy is sleeping. Just in Addis Ababa alone, 50% of Ethiopia's GDP is in Addis Ababa alone. If the work in Addis Ababa is not done, that means 50% of our economy is sleeping. Mobilizing the cities is mobilizing our riches and potential. What is done in Addis Ababa is, while facing deficits in resources, the Addis Ababa administration has not taken any kind of loan from anyone to do this. If we didn't do this project, what would happen to the money? What has been happening to the money so far? If we take a loan, you would say, oh, you're taking too much loan. If the city is changing itself with the revenue that it gets, if people complain, it's because they don't understand the power of cities, and some people have seen it in photos, not in person. If they saw it in person, they would not complain. Honorable Parliament, one thing I want you to pay attention: the corridor project from here, Arakilo, all the way to Ntoto. Pay attention to it today, tomorrow. I am ashamed. Why? I am ashamed not because we're doing it now. I'm saying, how come we lived in this kind of filth for the last 100 years? A road that could be this beautiful. Imagine I've passed through this road taking guests unashamedly to visit Ntoto. So please visit the work. We don't deserve to be dirty. Being dirty should not be normal. Our children cannot aspire to great things if we are still living in dirty. So people raising their children outside of the country in a mortgage, they're taking their children to parks, but they're telling us we don't need parks here. This is a country that can be changed. It has to change, and we're the ones who can change it. It's not an issue we leave for somebody else. So the corridor projects change in Addis Ababa. I don't know about you, but the different visitors I have from different parts of the world raise many questions. Where did you get the finance for this? About aid. They ask who designed this. Number 3, they said who's actually doing the work. Number 4, they said no matter what you're doing, how is it that I'm seeing such a change just within 1 year? Of course, they are comparing it with their countries. So if you can't compare it to in any other country, look at the last year's Addis Ababa photos and compare it with that. So I encourage you to support this project. As I was discussing with opposition parties recently, they said, oh, it's good that it's done in Addis Ababa. Why is it only in Addis Ababa? But I told them, go to other regional towns. And they said, oh, in some cases, Addis Ababa is actually falling behind. It's true. When we collaborate, we have the potential to change things. For example, if you see Jimma, when I was young, when I was a child, Jimma was very famous. But in years after that, you know it. after our government came to power. I just want to say it because people already say it. Jumma is now looking beautiful. This is what Jumma deserves. They say this is not because Jumma is Abiy's country, but Jumma's people were tired of dust and dirt, and they made a decision to change it. Gondar is changing. Bahardar, what people tell me have walked. They said because Tana was covered, there was a high, temperature, but now because of the project, it's getting a breathe. So let's encourage them. Let us work together. Right now in Ethiopia, until the end of August, I'm really reducing it. Just to be humble, over 20,000 projects will be launched. Some of it is school, some of it is health center, others are Kabali projects or roads. They may be medium, but we are actually launching over 20,000 projects in Waradas. I'm telling you, I'm giving you a minimum number, under 3 months. It's not even about the number of projects. Of course, these projects are different in size, quality. For example, Dr. Ashapur, when he goes to Bonga, he loves the growth of Jumma, and he has a passion. Why can't we repeat such progress in Bonga? So if you have such a zeal, please work. There's no other way. So when we see gaps, we need to feel it, and we need to work together. And when we do that, we can change our country. One of my friends told me an example. This friend of mine said, a challenging time, a time of suffering, a strong person creates a strong. So problems create strong individuals and strong nations. That individual that has become strong through the problem, by working in diligence, can create a conducive country that's convenient and conducive country. Unfortunately, creates a weak person. We had gone from Bashasha Garo by foot. Right now, that means if there's transportation, you're not going to walk in that. So it creates a weak person. The fourth one, that weak person, then again creates problems and suffering in the cycle. My grandfather, mother went with a camel. My father had a Land Rover. I now drive a Mercedes. Now my child is gonna buy a more expensive car because he has the. But then my great grandchild is gonna end up in a camel because comfort creates laziness. When people are comfortable, they become lazier. Yes, in Ethiopia there's suffering, pain, problem, but let us be strong and create a conducive thing. Our responsibility is not to report the problem, is for us to be diligent, to be innovative, and create a country that doesn't beg, a country that develops. If we collaborate and work together, we can do this. About the health sector, you've heard me discuss this. There are so many projects. We have over 22,000 institutions. 6,000 of them are built by us. There are private institutions that are doing a good job. I had visited some people who were sick in private institutions, and there are really hopeful things. Of course, there are also problems. There are many health centers where people go to give birth and then end up leaving dead. So the health experts have questions. We need to listen to them and respond to their problems. They need to understand it. We need to, expand the health insurance and expand the health services in our country. There are many beginnings, but we need to continue working. About education, the questions raised are appropriate, but what I would like the House to understand is in this country, about 4.2 million, we've taken early years in schools, and then 29,000 of them have special needs. We've received many children. That means we've built KGs, kindergartens, to accommodate over 4 million children. That means we have hired teachers for this kindergartens. And this is a great progress, because the main work is at the lower level, at the younger level. The main age to shape your child is up to the age of 10. After that, it's repetition. If we work hard on that age, we can create a good generation. That's why we're working on early childhood. It's a great progress. About training for teachers, it's not gonna be a mass, but we're gonna work on we're gonna focus on pedagogy, specialized on their field. So with this rainy season, over 80,000 teachers will be trained on their subject and on methodology. This is gonna help in ensuring or keeping the quality of education. There are about 30 model high schools. The Ministry of Education is not responsible to build schools. This is the responsibility of the regional government. So there are many projects that are being done for this. About 46 million books have been printed and have been distributed to high schools, one book to one student. So we've printed 46 million. This is distributed on a high school level. Now there is an effort to support on an elementary level. When we complete this, we hope to see good result in education.
On the issue of employment opportunities, it's one of the sectors where we have achieved greatly. About 4 million people were employed, out of which 39% are employed by the agricultural sector. The service sector takes 30%. Foreign employment service has managed to send 500,000 individuals to overseas. That is significant. 4.5 million employment opportunity, especially because the ministry is still undergoing reform. That's very significant indeed. And the ministry too is expected to work on that. 4.5 is a big achievement. Corruption has mentioned as a problem. First of all, as I have been saying, there is no state-sponsored or grand corruption in Ethiopia. I can assure you of that. We are developing because we are spending every cent on development. But there are petty corruptions, especially in relation to service delivery. So our conclusion was the reform of civil service. Finally, we developed this one-stop, one-window service center. Currently, 23 ministries are receiving 43 services in 3 months from one window service center. So the Mesob window is located around Magananya, but at the end of September it will have about 17 branch offices in Addis and also other regional states. So when we modernize virtual service deliveries, there will be less contact, physical contact. Other than that, as a vaccine for COVID, we cannot inject anti-corruption medicine to everyone. It is about a personal decision, but we will prevent it through system that is ongoing. For instance, the Mesob satisfaction rate was more than 90% until yesterday. So this needs to be replicated in other regional states as well. On the issue of budget, our entire budget targets reduction of poverty and debt repayment, as well as subsidizing some critical entities. As a result, the next year's budget, though it's a proper budget, most of it is going to support the reform. The capital budget growth is limited due to these factors. On one hand, we are saying that cost of living is rising, and before addressing that issue, we cannot reinvest on development activities, so that needs to be seen. About the budget rate in terms of USD, that's not appropriate. You calculate your budget in your own national currency, not a foreign currency. That has never been heard of. But our growth should be seen in terms of quintals. That's very easy. How many quintals have we increased from last year? Ethiopia's growth is not about numbers like before. It's a quality growth. Previously, we used to receive capital from commercial loans. For instance, if the Ethio-Djibouti railway takes 3 billion in terms of loan, we used to say that's a growth, though it is actually a debt, foreign debt. But in our case, anyone who want to see Ethiopia's growth in a balanced way, it's visible here and there. Anyways, in 2017, 274 billion was approved as a national annual budget. So, in which foreign currency did you calculate that to be more than 2 trillion Ethiopian birr? So that's not something to be confused about. Our currency used to be overvalued. It had a nominal value. That was not really necessary, and we did a reform on it, and we achieved a lot. Ethiopia's economy will be more responsive next year, because we are already seeing the results this year. But for that, every one of us need to work together. You cannot just sit and dream. We have to work. Let's coordinate our public, reduce corruption. Let's finish what we start. Let's have a common understanding on the growth of Ethiopia. Ethiopia is growing. Ethiopia is rising. Ethiopia is getting rid of its dust Ethiopia is getting out of dependency. I will continue after break. We will have a 20 minutes tea break. members of parliament. So we will continue with the Prime Minister's answers after the break. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members of parliament, during your tea break, you have planted trees for the resumption of the green legacy, and when you go back to your constituencies, please do not forget to plant trees. I will just give you a brief answer to the remaining questions on the issue of peace and security. In Ethiopia, the lack of peace and security is mainly due to wrong political view. It's the result of a wrong political attitude. The indicators of this are the lazy politics in Ethiopia is the breeder of all these problems. Lazy politics has proliferated in Ethiopia, and it has given rise to conflict. In Ethiopia, politicians and elites, if you can properly examine them, in the previous era there were these landlords. These landlords and members of the monarchy did not accept this principle that you need to work to earn. So they just collect whatever they can from the farmers. Work to earn does not apply to them. So those people who used to collect from the farmers are the grandparents of today's politicians. They don't know how to work, they don't like to work, they don't work. And if someone doesn't work, that means that person is illiterate. It's not about what we heard in a classroom. That needs to be translated into action. That's what we call work, actual work. So those who don't work, who don't deliver service, there are here and there. In our country we have pastoralists and farmers, we have laborers, and now we have the talkers. The talkers' main task is to create chaos among the people. Unless they create conflict, they don't earn anything. Either they get money from some NGOs or they establish a GoFundMe account. They don't know what service means. It doesn't necessarily mean a governmental service. A believer may clean his church or mosque. That is what we call service. But they just do not want to do anything. They just want to spread misinformation and earn their money. Everything we do is wrong for them. What's right for them is the money they put in their pocket. This is our weakness. The second one is the use of force for political purpose. using arms to overthrow an elected government. The use of the monopoly of force is for the state, but these guys do not accept this reality. For instance, one MP mentioned about the monastery of Zukwala. As you said, one elder person was killed, and investigation is still underway about the killers. But here I want to say a few things. Religious institutions should not be a safe haven for armed individuals. So religious institutions should remain religious. They should not be shelters for armed groups. The Zikwala is not the only one. These armed bandits were also firing at grade 12 students who were going to their examination centers. They were killing the truck drivers who were transporting fertilizers. So death is everywhere in this case. We know it who the killers are. So this means we are trying to cover something that we really know. Killing someone achieves nothing. They need to realize that. Otherwise, it's going to be a vicious circle. If I am removed today, the turn will be to the speaker, and it will go on like that. The third one are pushing factors. Poverty and unemployment are the triggering factors. So we have to reduce poverty, backwardness. Our backwardness has no limits. Our corridor development is beautiful, but it's built by prosperity. Such attitude is really absurd. Whoever does it, if you like that development, that is what matters. Also, this racism, ethnicity. We have a deep-rooted racism. So when racism goes out of its boundary, it's going to be a threat to human beings. So these perceptions added with external interference and with our mentality of servitude, external interference and our willingness to serve foreigners for their purpose on our national interest, unwillingness not to present our national interest for sale is absurd. Our politicians can just jump from one bridge to the other. This is the result of a lazy politics. One member of parliament was saying that these people were holding virtual meeting. I have a different view. Last year, something that made me happy was the virtual meeting of these opposition groups. They said that they don't accept to togetherness, but they actually came together. What we were saying was that Fano, Ola, TPLF, and everyone can talk to us. Ola was saying, I cannot sit with Amhara. Then Fano says, you are Oromo sympathizers. And they sat with Ola now. So that virtual meeting should be, stepped up further. So those individuals with unreconcilable view can come and sit together, but they don't have a common ground. One group was for the secession of Oromia, one group for the control of Ethiopia. So these two ideologies cannot last long. There was this eagle found in Australia. They call it a fire hawks. So when they see this wild fire, the fire fox will pick one stick and throw it into another area. If you have witnessed wildfire, it is mainly spread by these fire hawks. They are doing what human beings are doing. Humans are hiding at one place and killing others. Nature is very strange. We have fire hawks in our country as well, who are happy to see when Ethiopia is embroiled in conflict and chaos. Australians have detected them, and now it's up to us to find out who these firehawks are. There are politicians in jail. As I have been saying, politicians are not detained just because they are politicians. If that was the case, MPs who were asking these questions should have been in jail. But as we did for others, if it would have been better if we see a path of pardon for them. But the case is now in the hands of the courts, but if we are saying that they have not committed anything wrong, well, we don't benefit from their imprisonment. It's better if they are out, but the justice system is there and it needs to address the issue. But in Ethiopia, journalists, politicians, professionals are not imprisoned just because of their political career. But there is no democracy that allows armed individuals to be politicians as well. In the US, Trump did not bring members of Biden's cabinet into his government. That's democracy. And that should be also the way that Ethiopian politics should be viewed. After they are defeated, they shall not resort to unlawful acts. Yes, I understand pardon is essential. We don't have a personal grudge over these individuals. For our common interest, pardon is possible, but we don't benefit out of the imprisonment of individuals. So that should be seen in that way. We are blamed for not arresting killers on one hand, and on the other hand, we are asked to let those involved to be free. That is a paradox. About the restoration of peace, the society should come out and say, do not kill us and do not kill on behalf of me. That means, and the society should also tell them, do not die for us. Let me send my kids to school. Do not let schools to be closed. Do not block roads for the transportation of fertilizers. We need peace. I am now aware of the facts. In Oromia, everyone can be organized in political groups. The same goes to the Amharas, like yourself. You cannot just engage in armed struggle just to get political seats. So the society, the community should tell them. Recently, that's what people of Amhara said. They went out to the streets to express their demand for peace and for the cessation of hostilities. So the people should say enough. The people of Amhara sent its message to everyone that they need peace and development. Let the state does its work, and the disruptors should stop their action. In addition, what the public should do is that even if for the upcoming election, be it in the name of prosperity or other parties, they should be scrutinized, these candidates. Have they paid taxes to the state? Are they loyal? Who have they served? So if these candidates are not trusted at that level, they cannot be considered fit for higher positions. An individual who has not built a high school at lower administrative level is not expected to build large-scale projects, even if he is given senior positions. An individual who has not done anything in a Kabali claims to be in possession of power. We have tried our best to extend our hand for peace and negotiation, to include even our challengers into our cabinet positions. But the result is that an individual who has done nothing before will do nothing here as well. They want to continue their previous path. Those who are ready to learn have a better future. So in this regard, the people should play their own role. About the relative peace, well, peace is always relative. Always. There is a positive and negative peace. Even if there is no gunfire, there may be a positive peace. Peace doesn't mean the absence of war. There is an ongoing, it is an ongoing process. But still, in Ethiopia, if you ask me if there is a relative peace, the answer is simple. During the reform in Somali and Oromia regions, thousands were displaced due to conflict. But that's not there. That means there is a relative peace. In Afar and Somali, the cross-border conflict is not there. That means there is a relative peace. there was a conflict between the Gedio and Guji ethnic groups, causing thousands to be displaced. There is a relative peace now. In Benishangul, there were several armed groups who were trying to halt the construction of GERD, but now most of them have surrendered. Now there is a relative peace. In the southern region, especially in Walaita and Sidama, there was this conflict. That is not there. That means there is a relative peace as well. We don't say there is peace only when we don't have a conflict. Tigray was engulfed in an all-out war. That's not there. That means there is a relative peace in Tigray. In Amhara and Oromia, the conflict zones have reduced significantly. There is a relative peace. So why can't we see this relative peace?
Once a person has convinced themselves that there's no peace, it will be very difficult for them to see peace. There is relative peace, otherwise our culture industry would not have grown. Is it absolute? Not really. Does Ethiopia have the peace that it deserves? Not really. Many have been displaced and have been reinstated. Are there still displaced people? Yes. We recognize what is done, and then for the remaining, without exaggerating, we continue to work on it. So there is relative peace, but also there are remaining issues that need to be addressed. There are still armed forces that are hindering people from coming in and out in peace. Our security institutions, our defense minister, the federal police, our intelligence service, they're not like Kenya, Rwanda, Nigeria. A Kenyan soldier, maybe he's defending his borders from an outsider, but our military are accompanying students, accompanying public holidays. There are so many things we accommodate, and then we turn against the army and then complain. We don't pay them enough, but then we complain against them. This needs to be seen in a relative manner. And what has the reform brought? What things have been reformed? So these issues have been raised. Honorable Parliament, something that you should not forget and continuously remember is in the transformation process in Ethiopia, the fact that we get to sit like this and discuss. Maybe you might have forgotten, we were at a stage where we said Ethiopia is finished, embassies should leave. You remember this time? Let alone us who came with a pen. Neighboring countries, like Sudan, we see when when the military took over and what is happening. So Ethiopia has come out of the darkness. There are so many challenges, but we should never forget the result. We have survived. Ethiopia has survived. You are not concerned whether Ethiopia will be dismantled or not. I'm sure I don't have it. I am not concerned that there is a power that is strong enough to dismantle Ethiopia. Of course, there are issues here and there. We've come this far through the wise approach we've taken in the reform. Many countries, neighboring countries, have begun similar journey but could not make it to where we are now. In Sudan, Khartoum, let alone parliament, even few people cannot stand and gather and talk. Right now, Sudan is a country that doesn't deserve what it's going through. So let us remember that we've survived, and the peace that we have also, remember that it's relative. The question raised about Tigray, Pretoria brought relief to the people of Tigray. Because the people of Tigray were sacrificing their children daily, and that has stopped, and it has created a new culture for Ethiopia. While the government has the capacity to destroy, has preferred to, for peace to be established, and has given an opportunity for the opposing parties, has created a new culture for us and for other countries. But besides that, if you see services, there was no telecommunication, there was no power, there was no bank, there was no air services, there was no education services. Factories had stopped working. All this now have, continued working. If there's no telecommunication, it means family members who are here and there cannot communicate. There was no Tigray regional government. Now we have that. For any region, the regional government is important. If it is dismantled, reinstating it is very difficult. Even if it is weak, we rather continue to build it up. Raya, 100% people have been reinstated. It's similar. What is remaining? Walqait, people who are displaced from Walqait, from DDR, are not reinstated. Pretoria has brought so much benefit for us. What is remaining is Walqait. How about Walqait? Yes, they need to be reinstated. We have a strong stand about displaced people. They need to be reinstated into their homes, and all parties need to collaborate for this. DDR, it needs to be fulfilled. Supporting an armed force financially will eventually, disadvantage the region, also the government. We had begun, but it couldn't continue. Sometimes we try to portray this as a problem of the federal government. The federal government has a high desire to resolve the issues of Tigray peacefully. If Tigray hasn't changed, Ethiopia cannot change. So earlier it was mentioned we've been releasing prisoners and there was so much noise, but we preferred choice. It's not because we can't keep them in prison, but we hoped that there will be peace through this act of releasing prisoners. In Tigrinya there is a saying, for a mice, it is her survival, but for the cat, it is actually a matter of a game. Yeah, so the cat is playing with the mice, but for the mice, it is actually a matter of life and death. Sometimes for some people, war is a matter of a game, but for our people, it's a matter of survival. For some people, maybe it might not be a big deal for them to declare war, but for our youth, it's a matter of death. So the people of Tigray is full of wisdom, has been expressing these issues through different proverbs. What is a game for the cats is a matter of death for the mice. So now in Tigrinya, 100% of the Tigray people do not want war. They've seen it, there's no benefit, there's no... And the world, if you see the world doesn't care if Tigray and the government are fighting. There are so many wars and conflicts. There's no time, there's no ear. If the world had time, they would have listened to Sudan. Not understanding what's going on in the world. Not understanding, the strategy for war. It's not about, occupying a mountain or not. Right now, What you see in Israel, it's not a matter of mountain or not. The times have changed. Some people say the government is suffocating because of Shane and Fano. They say this is the time. These people need to go revisit history. When Somalia invaded Ethiopia, we didn't have even an army. We didn't even have a dispersed army. When Italy actually invaded Ethiopia, we didn't have an army. We only had a drum. So Ethiopia's history doesn't show this. We have capacity and potential, so people should not miscalculate this. The other sad thing, there are countries that thinking that there are countries that are helping us. These countries cannot even support themselves, let alone support us. Giving an applause, and it's different. Being in the stadium as a watcher and a player is a different story. Right now, even in war, supporting each other is not even easy, because the world's economy doesn't have anything extra to support somebody else. These are miscalculations, and what the Tigray people need is peace. What Tigray needs is dialogue and reconciliation and peace. So the message that I want to transmit today is we have elders and religious leaders. You don't have one of your main job is to go and intervene so that any conflict will not rise in Tigray. This is your time. Intellectuals, embassies, this is the time for you to go intervene, because if war begins, it will not end up like before. It will be worse. So please play your roles. We don't have interest to shoot one bullet in Ethiopia. We want to cultivate and develop Tigray. The armed forces in Tigray and the people of Tigray and the people of Ethiopia, we don't want war. We can solve our problems with dialogue, with a peaceful dialogue. Yesterday and today are not the same. Let us not enter into war. Laureate Tsagaye wrote a poetry. He said, so you don't discover truth, he says, dance, young one, dance, brave one, let go of your tie. Because he's saying, and keep dancing and deny the reality. We need to be careful. We need to hold back from conflict. We need to peacefully have dialogues, whether Amara region, Tigray region, Oromia, in any region. If we have differences, let us sit down and have dialogues. If there is a member of the parliament that has the capacity to do this, should do it. For people to lay down their guns, to come with thoughts, to come with ideas, and negotiate. This is important. About the dialogue, the national dialogue, it is an opportunity we cannot get again. We don't get such an opportunity. It's an opportunity that we've been begging in Ethiopia. There are many agendas in it. Some of it will be an input for policy making. Some of it will be for the legal reform. It doesn't mean that all issues that are raised will find an answer, but at least we will take time to negotiate and discuss this. Every party, every stakeholder in this should participate. About Tigray, we know that we need to move into dialogue urgently. The people of Tigray have issues. There are issues they want to raise about Amara, about the federal government. The people of Tigray need to air out all the issues. The people need to say, if you are my brothers, you need to address these issues for me. If that's the case, that's great. And that dialogue will actually benefit all of us. the middle time that we discussed at the end of the transition and the beginning of the established system. That is the middle time. We've been making political reforms the last 6 years. We created Prosperity Party. This is the biggest political reform in the history of this country. Even creating prosperity itself, converting the small village parties into a national party is great. What we have accomplished, so many people are trying to accomplish. What then? The civil service reform, economic reform, institutional reforms, they have moved us from problems to, now we've called it middle because it is now leading us to the established system. Doesn't mean that the transition is completely done. So it is in between transition and established system. We are ending one and beginning another in this time. We will get tired. It is in the middle that you get tired. In the beginning, everybody has energy. And at the end, when we say, let's change Addis Ababa, it is not controversial. But when we begin demolishing to start that process, then it becomes an issue. As mentioned earlier, all people who have been dislocated from their place have been compensated if they are legal. There are people who were actually hurt through this process. We will investigate. We can correct this if there are cases like that. And all cities will do this, and I will follow up on this. But the way we've been doing, we are not just demolishing and chasing people away, but we are giving a replacement and compensation for it. Why are we saying we need to be careful about the temptation in the transitional period, in the in-between times? So that we don't say, oh, is it war? We've done it before, let's go again. So that we don't lose again. We've acquired so many victories in the last 5-6 years. Prosperity has done without exaggerating. We haven't achieved it in the last 50-60 years. What we've achieved in the last 5-6 years as Prosperity Party. But this shouldn't make us proud and hinder us from continuing the work. When we say let's stop commercial law, let us grow into quality development. Even stopping debt from being a burden by itself is a big change. But it shouldn't make us proud. This should make us continue our work. The middle one helps you bounce forward, or you could slide back to the past. This is why we need to wake up and not become prisoners of the middle times. For example, Nokia, maybe 15 years ago, Nokia it had 40% of the market share globally. Maybe some of us might have had Nokia then. When smartphone came, Nokia kind of slowed down, thinking that they were the ones. But when other smartphones came, Nokia could not even survive in the market. The mechanical politics of the past cannot stand the digital politics. These are Nokia systems. They are like stuck in the past. In the era where there is smartphone, they could not prepare themselves or change themselves to adopt the new era. We need to modernize ourselves in step with the times, so that we don't remain where we were. We need to understand the middle time temptations. That's why we discussed this. Regarding diplomacy, as was mentioned, the world is going in unpredictable manner. So in the morning war, in the afternoon peace, and then in the morning peace, and the afternoon war. And a poor country like ours needs to gauge its steps. Number one, we have friends, we need to keep our friends. Number two, there are those who don't love us, we need to soothe them. So how do we continue our journey? Like a porcupine. Porcupine suffers cold during the rainy season. When they try to avoid the cold and they try to come together because of the thorns, they will actually poke each other. If they separate, there is cold. So how do we reconcile the cold and the thorn? So for that, we need to move slowly so that we don't poke each other. And when we come close enough and the cold reduces, that's how we should continue. That is the work of diplomacy in our time right now. We have to be careful not to be too cold and not to be too close to poke each other. We don't have to scream with those who are screaming. And we need to follow up on the world or the global, climate. So we need to pace ourselves to walk in step, because this is tough. About our neighbors, Ethiopia does not have existence without the neighbors, and the neighbors don't have existence without Ethiopia. We need one another. The honorable parliament needs to understand. There is, border issues with Sudan, border issues with Eritrea. There is no proper agreement. Everything is contraband. It's an issue that we have inherited like every other debt. There is no clear borders. There is no clear communication. There were issues that were not solved before. So there is an in and out in this. Our journey is like green legacy. In our break time, we've planted trees, but 3 months from now, I'm not going to expect a tree, a full-grown tree. I will wait 3-4 years. If it was a good seed, in due time, it will become a full-grown tree. The communication among our friends is like that, between us and our friends. Red Sea, let us negotiate, let us dialogue, let us have a peaceful dialogue. We then sow good seed there. In its right time, it will become a full-grown tree. We will not use force or power, as was mentioned. That means I am not giving a command to our army. This will go in a peaceful manner for the benefit of everyone. If Ethiopia loses peace, if we lose peace, our neighbors will suffer as a result of our loss of peace, because our economies are integrated. Half of the black market actually happens in neighboring countries, so our economy carries a lot. For us to be established and to also respect their sovereignty. Eritrea is a sovereign nation. We don't want it to be part of Ethiopia. It has that right to be a sovereign nation. Djibouti is a sovereign nation. Somalia is a sovereign nation. We need to respect them. Ethiopia is a sovereign country, but if it cannot have access to the sea, it cannot continue to be a sovereign nation. So they need to respect it. Is this seaport, does it come with a land swap? Is it with money? We need to have a dialogue about it. When this happens, honorable parliament needs to understand. In this glass, I could fill it with water. If I put a small rock in it, it will be spoiled, because because the amount of water it contains is small. But if I go to Tana Lake, if I drop a small rock, the lake will not be disturbed. What our neighbors need to understand is identifying between a pond and a lake. Ethiopia will not be disturbed with small rocks. Will not be dismantled. Ethiopia is a big country. Ethiopia is a big sea. They need to understand. They can't assume that they can disturb or dismantle Ethiopia whenever they want. That small rock will disturb a pond, small waters. So understanding this and holding back is necessary. This is a country of 113 million. It's a country that has a relative economy, a strong economy. It's a modern country. If war is alternative, this is not even an issue. But war is evil. For example, in the side of Eritrea, there were talks that there may be conflict or war with Eritrea. What I would guarantee on our side, we are not gonna shoot one bullet. We have so many things many amazing projects in our hands that make us excited. We don't want war from our side. Eritrea, Somalia, Sudan, these are our brothers. We want to collaborate and grow together. But then seeking our peace is something they need to consider on their side. We have a peaceful relations with all neighboring countries. We want to continue this. In the last 7 years, we have not encountered conflict with any of our neighboring countries, and we will not choose war. We want peace and collaboration, dialogue, negotiation. The GERD is not complete just for us. We want to share that to Sudan, to Eritrea, to Somalia, all our neighboring countries. I hope this will be a shared opinion with all our neighboring countries. We are resurrecting, rising on our side. We are developing, growing, and we don't want this to be disturbed, and we want to live in peace with all our brothers. If there's any issue that will need a different approach than a peaceful approach, then we will take the measure we need to take. But what I want to guarantee is Ethiopia will not be dismantled. Ethiopia has the capacity to defend itself. Ethiopia will prosper. Ethiopia has the capacity for that prosperity. Ethiopia will be established, has the capacity to be established. Ethiopia had enemies and still has enemies, but in front of their eyes will rise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency, the Prime Minister, for the broad clarification. Now, the Planning and Budget Affairs Standing Committee's chairperson will present his report and budget proposal. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Excellency Prime Minister, and Honorable Members of Parliament. Thank you for allowing me to present this budget proposal for the next year, July 3, 2025.